Okay, there we go. Hi guys, I'm alive, and I spotted that my mic wasn't working right away. We're off to a great start. Pay no mind to the fact that I'm starting over now. All right, let's get logged in and get the show on the road. We are opening up with the quest that gives us a dungeon. Hooray! As soon as the game lets me in. Also, Little Ladies Day is going on right now, and I know exactly where in my playthrough of Dawntrail I want to do that. Anyway, let's talk to everybody, because I don't remember if we talked to people last week. So, of all the things I expected to discover in Tyrol, Eorzea's most legendary sailor was not among them. We ought to speak with Kettenram before we do anything else. Conqua does look similar to some Eorzean sailors I've seen, but I never would have guessed he was Kettenram. It's never too late to let go of prejudice. No matter how difficult it may seem, it can be done. This is my first time meeting Kettenram, a Rugadin, or if I ever saw one. I mean, yeah. One with obviously a very good skin routine. I just realized I never switched to the game. There we go. Hello. Hi, guys. I'm glad I caught that in time. Everything's fine. I'm great. Anyway, road to the Golden City. Kettenram, living legend and Eorzean explorer extraordinaire, would like to chat. This ain't no place for a proper chat. Me cabin's just north of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it on account of me dazzling twinklers. Let's go. Oh, right, I can't fly. Soon. But not yet. Someday, maybe once I'm caught up with the game, I should go through all my VODs and just make a supercut, see if I can make it a short, of all the times I tried to fly and then remembered, nope, not on this character. I've heard that upon Kettenram's disappearance, explorers from across Eorzea banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here. Yeah? I wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. The man values his privacy. Can't blame him. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. I would have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures. In this economy? Not but 4 walls and a roof, but enough for most folk. Make yourselves comfortable. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamook? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. I mean, he is friends with your father, and they really like your father, so maybe? All the more reason to keep a weather eye on him. Though seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Judge's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and, incidentally, to remind Zarielja of his duty as elector, should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulcher atop Warkor Zormor? That's right. Ketenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Valley Garmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation, that I must continue to, or what I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Wuklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be a child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hunmuruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Gallup's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokui who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt of those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gerferler's abilities are at all representative, the Yokui are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreamers of Eld likely owe their experiences to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself. Here, in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mimuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone's ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. You're Kakiwa's boy, ain't you? She told me about you. Said she'd task you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as such, or as much. And really, you're like in your 20s. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Although it would have been interesting if he had been older, but like, if he's a childhood friend of Wuklamat, then he has to be like, in his early 20s at the oldest. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it. Together. And then we're gonna find a way to keep you. Forever. Was I ever that young? Then again, saying in his youth is very, very, very early 20s coded. You think you're grown up, and then you hit your 30s, and you're like, oh no, I was still a baby when I was 20. Considering how long Vera lived, though, Because, hang on, let me see if there's a confirmation on his age anywhere. Aha! 25. Oh, his age is literally in the wiki. Okay, or not in the wiki, in the lore book. Yeah, he's 25. Child? In my youth, please. You've been in Eorzea since you were 20. Okay, he's 25 and he was a leaner for 3 years. That means he was 22 when he was the same age as people fresh out of college, basically, when he went to Eorzea. In my youth, please. You baited, or you waited for me? It seems Ketenram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Alphino said to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Honestly, narratively, it probably would have been not the worst idea to just... I'll just hit return. To wait for this part of the story and then do side quests, because then they're like, oh, make sure you have all your stuff dealt with. But it's fine. It wouldn't have changed my biggest awkward place for finding a good screenshot for today's thumbnail. But oh well. The merchants were more than happy to lend my gear, mend my gear and sell my supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to avoiding visitors, or to aiding visitors. Well, I can read. You won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Milalja! And Zarilja? You've come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the Sky Deep Cenote, the final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? Aaronville is bad. I hope we get more of him someday. They kind of set it up so it's possible. I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. What wild music to set this conversation to. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that. Well, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Time for you to learn how to accept help, old man. Your father also visited the cenote, come to think of it. Well, that seals it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him, a mage, I believe. That also seals it. Also, are you guys ready for dungeon? Truly? The Dawn servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yokoi quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorkolor's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky-deep cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast or two lingering in Gulfdrock descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, Third Promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn servant. This is it, everyone. To the sky-deep cenote. Okay. Well, while I waddle forth, might as well start getting the party together. Just set myself, hang on, let me get myself to a point where I can auto run in peace without worrying about just like running in place into a tree or a wall. Kind of hard to do in this area, but it's possible. In a minute. Hang on. Wait, let me just... There. Speaking of running into a tree. Oh, so I just realized, what job am I? Oh, I'm on Summoner. Oh, because I was doing roulettes the last time I was logged into this character. There we go. I have been trying to be good about doing roulettes. A, because I need experience on my side jobs. Especially since Bard is still over-leveled. Fortunately, I have Viper at level 95 now, so it can soak up experience. But I like to have a few extra jobs for doing that. Especially since I still want to run dungeons and trials and stuff on Bard. God, I can't wait until I hit level 100, and then I don't need to worry about being careful about experience anymore. Like, level 100 content, I mean. Not just level 100. Don't want to hit level 100 too soon. But yeah. But also, considering how I plan on doing the Dawntrail, like, post content, I need jobs ready to do role quests on days when I don't have as much to do, which is probably going to be Thursdays. At least some Thursdays. Okay, ride the beast. Let me also poke at the emergency rations. I really need to change the raid night channels. Emergency rations. Food constant online level 95 dungeon. That's not right. 95, not 96. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is... Right of succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. I confess, I anticipated my duty as a guide with no little weariness. I can read. Oh my god. I knew our journey might change the course of my nation, but I did not think it would change the course of my own life. I don't know how you couldn't have thought that. You were potentially good childhood friends with the Dawn Servant. Cenotaphs are notorious for attracting malefic creatures. We must exercise all due caution. I don't know what's down there, but I'm eager to see it with my own eyes. Wukevu, Mablu, so many people have helped us reach this moment. Let us honor their generosity and find the Golden City at last. Okay. So. Let me see if... There we go. But yeah. Anyway. It's interesting how, like, with Dawntrail, it's not that they didn't succeed in doing this, but they made some choices that involved characters where it's really hard to, like, either see the character arc or, like, portray them, and really easy to miss the work they did with them until you play through it a second time. Because, like, Erenville is so stone-faced. Like, that's just his personality that you... Up until a certain point, you really have to look to see his character development. And I kind of wish there was a way with characters like him to better show that. Like, in the patch quests, we definitely get more. But because he's not a very expressive person... oh, I should probably also put us in Party Finder just to make this go a little bit faster. Replaying the game. Mine or Twitch stream. Like capitalize Twitch. Proper noun. Please help. Cry face. There we go. Anyway, Uh-oh, I lost my train of thought while talking. Oh, right, because he's so stone-faced, it's hard to, like, see things until he says something, like in that scene with Ketan Ram. It probably would have helped if he had been... If we'd gotten a better sense of his character in the beginning, like if he had been in Endwalker more, but also it would have helped if maybe part of his character arc had been him realizing, like, bullying is my love language, clearly, or at least gentle ribbing and embarrassing my friends is my love language, but maybe that's not always the best way to treat people. Maybe, sometimes, I'm a little unfair to people. But yeah, and like, same deal with Zeralja, where I think part of the problem is, I wonder how many people also went into Dawntrail with the same assumptions I did, that Zeralja would eventually get redeemed. And that, like, maybe he was being manipulated by Zeralja. Spoilers, that's not what's going on. But because I'm not distracted by my assumptions this time, and I have the benefit of, like, retrospect, they actually did a pretty decent job of setting up who he is. You know, and, like, what his flaw is and how he is a foil to Wuklamot, and also probably why he hates her so much, which is, he, I think, on a lot of levels, compares himself to Wuklamot, because I think, even if she doesn't realize it, she has a lot of traits that he is jealous of. But, like, his characterization is in the silence. Like, I know some people who hold it against her, that, oh, she doesn't try to talk to Zeralja, even though she's, like, so willing to talk to other people. Oh my god, she's a hypocrite. But she does try. And his response is, I don't have to talk to you. And then he fucks off and leaves. Or he has Zeralja do the talking for him. Not in a Zeralja is speaking for him in a manipulative way, but in a Zeralja doesn't see it as worth it to talk to other people. He thinks that people are below him. And that he doesn't have to share his thoughts and feelings with other people. And he keeps everything inside. Oh, he's kind of the embodiment of toxic masculinity, now that I say that out loud, huh? But, like, because of that, he never gives Wuklamot the opportunity to try to talk to him and try to know him. And when she tries, he turns her away and then leaves. So, yeah, like, Zeralja's characterization is actually in the silence, and it's a counterpoint to Wuklamot, who everybody loves because she actually connects with people. So yeah. And then Bakuljaja is I don't know if foil is necessarily the right word for it, but he's also a counter to Zeralja, because they're actually in very similar situations. Zeralja is the resilient son, the son of Galuljaja. Oh my god, he's so great. And Bakuljaja is a two-headed, well, he's a two-headed. Oh my god, he's the savior of Mamook. He's gonna bring us into the light. Oh my god, he's so great. But even though they kind of had similar upbringings of people gassing them up and putting all these expectations on their shoulders, they turned out vastly different. where Zaraja internalized everything and decided, oh, challenge accepted, I need to live up to this. But Cool Jaja came here to the place where his siblings died to cry when things got to be too much. You know, he became a bully because he was crumbling under the pressure of people's expectations. But he just wanted help. He just wanted a better life for his mother. He wanted to stop this cycle that resulted in, God, imagine how many siblings he must have that didn't make it. And imagine how much pain his mother must, like, he grew up seeing his mother being in because of it. So, like, yeah, and because of that, you kind of have this, Bukul Jaja kind of shows that you can have two people who grew up in very similar environments, but end up vastly different in terms of, like, you know, Bukul Jaja actually does have a certain level of empathy. He just was repressing it up until this point because he was desperate. But because of how Bukul Jaja turns out, it's kind of proof that Zeralja didn't have to turn out the way he did. And maybe it would have helped if, like, Zeralja's mother was still around, because we never see that. But if he had somebody like what Bukul Jaja's mother was, and he still turned out the way he did, I think that would have gone a long way to, like, really hammer that home. But they were probably trying to make sure that Zeralja and Bukul Jaja didn't seem too similar. Although I don't think they're all that similar to begin with. Similar circumstances, and they're both Mamulja, but, like, Wuklama and Kona also could have let it go to their heads that they were the adopted children of the Dawn Servant, and they didn't. So... But yeah. Very excited to see where the story goes. Also excited to get caught up so that I can yap about current content and theories I might have. But I can't, because I don't want to spoil things too much. But yeah. Oh. Eee! Let me make sure that I actually have minimum island mobile, silence echo, confirm. Alright. Let me ready check, and also make sure that I have the dungeon selected, Sky Deep Cenote. Alright, let's go. I forgot how pretty the music in this dungeon is. Hi, Luca. I need you not butting into my arm, please. Oh, I wanted you in my lap. All right, well, whatever. I had Cat, and then I got abandoned by Cat. can't wait for like 3 or 4 years from now when I finally get here with How Comfy Is That Floor. Be sure to check out my YouTube, by the way, guys. Just released the How Comfy Is That Floor for 1,000 Miles of Coda Rock on Friday. And I've got some good stuff scripted out for Hawk Manor. It's gonna be very funny. And that's the one coming out this week. Luke, I know you're not jumping onto the arm of my chair because you want food. You can't even see the bottom of your food bowl. I can see it from here. You are so fine, my sweet boy. He may want me to pet him while he eats. He gets like that sometimes. Great. Can I greet? Yes, I can. Hey. Oh, right, it doesn't push us. So here, yes. Gonna start getting bubbles. Yep. Whoop! Whoop! Ow! Man, those hurt. I know it's mine, but man, those hurt. Imagine if the first boss of this dungeon had been, instead of just like local, I guess, wildlife living in this the cenotaph, if it had been ghost of dead baby. Or like the combined ghosts of dead babies. big scary thing and attracted to the urns or whatever. Anyway. Yippee! How? Hang on. This is a broken elevator or something, right? How do we get out of here? It's funny. I was watching a little bit of Drax video from like 7.4, and he was commenting on like, hey, how come the people just don't teleport? And people in the comments had to point out, yeah, the Warrior of Light is kind of a special little snowflake in their ability to just like teleport at will, because it actually takes like special in the fact that they have enough of that energy that they can just like teleport whenever, wherever. But like, if there's no decent footpath to get out of here, because we just jumped through a hole, that's probably an instance where only people who can teleport should be going down here, because otherwise how do you get out? Like, do you just have somebody at the top with a rope ladder? Or I guess you have them send some flying mounts in here or something? Okay, so wanna go over here. Whoop. Oh. This one. Alright, let's go. Oh, hey, this looks different. Imagine if they gave this to us as a mount. Just square tile. There is something I wish that they'd give us as a mount, but it's from a level 100 dungeon. So, you guys will have to wait for that reveal. Soon. Because this is stream number 9 and we're already on level 95 content. fine. If you guys want to watch when I get stuck in combat situations like this and an ad break happens, be sure to subscribe on Twitch. Oh, wait. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Dawntrail is just a very AoE heavy expansion. And honestly, I think that's the real culprit to people complaining about the dungeons being hard, is that, like, the dungeons in Dawntrail aren't necessarily hard in terms of, like, damage output, but all the things that we've been dealing with for the last 90 levels, like AoEs, and having to rely on physical tells from the bosses instead of... Uh-oh, I miscalculated! Anyway, physical tells from the bosses, like the one I clearly missed. That all starts happening a lot faster in Dawntrail. It's just a very AoE heavy and watch the body language of the boss heavy expansion in terms of mechanics. Whoop. There we go. We're good. Nope, don't want to be on that side. Oh no, I miscalculated. I read that mechanic wrong. No! I hate to tell you how much trouble this boss gave me when I was leveling up my trust on my main. This and the first boss of the level 99 dungeon tend to give me a lot of trouble. Although I have all my trust at 100 on my main, so clearly I managed to figure it out. Was a certain amount of it because I eventually was like, fuck it, I'm gonna glamour farm on my or in the level 97 dungeon. Uh-oh. Ah! Okay, I live. It's fine. mind. No LB for us. We win! Alright. We're gonna wait until after the ads to actually exit the dungeon. I stretch. Oh yeah. Well, no, I'll tell you guys about an idea I had for the channel once I actually put it into effect. That'll be more fun. But yeah, alright. Take a little hydration break. Stretch out. You guys don't even need to redeem for this one. And welcome back from the ads, everybody. All right, so we beat the boss during the ads. It's fine. Let me... I think part of it helps that, like, the dungeon music tends to be remixes of the themes of the zone that you're in. So, and Yoctel's theme is one of my favorites. Yoctel and Shalani. Anyway, I've never seen a place like this before. Strikingly different from the rest of the cenote. Dawntrail is, okay, I'm slightly biased because some of the music in Dawntrail is like Final Fantasy 14-ified Final Fantasy 9 music. But Dawntrail has some really, like, Dawntrail is one of my favorite soundtracks. My top 3 are Shadowbringers, Heaven's Word, and Dawntrail. Hang on, are you guys gonna talk? Oh, there we go. That must be that light. And we must be very deep underground now. Now, I'm gonna share a thing real quick. You know what my biggest fear about Dawntrail was before I played it? What my biggest source of anxiety was? After they showed us the imagery of Solution 9, and it was all like futuristic looking and stuff. I was so worried that in this expansion that was supposed to be the start of a new adventure, where everything is new, we were gonna run into stuff related to the goddamn Alligans again. This is important for the next cutscene.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Kinda.
Don't tell me it's the Alligans again.
See, and clearly the devs knew that even that the players were going to be worried about that.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
A golden light. Could it be?
There's a platform on the other side, but how do we get over there?
Like that.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
You say please?
Come and look at this. Your tablets
Exactly.
might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
That works too.
Leave it to Alfino. Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
I mean, yeah, for one thing, this isn't a city.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So we did it.
Yeah.
We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. No circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come, let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
Yay! We did it, guys. We found the Golden City. We won Dawntrail. We're only level 60 or 95, you say? Oh, that's weird. I understand now why the students of Valdesian were petitioned. But what were my grandfather's findings? Not only regarding that stone, but that gate. That was wholly unlike what I imagined in my youth. Since when did a place like that exist in Yogg-Thorol? It feels as though we have more questions than we set out with. But for now, returning in one piece is cause enough for celebration. Well, we've done it. We've seen Wuk-Lamat to victory in the rite of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rests. Yay! And now I can fly in Yaktel. It's so dumb that this side... Okay, warning for anybody who's, like, playing this game for the first time and may not know. Do not do this quest now. Do it after the next quest or so. Because this quest spoils some things. I don't know why they put this here instead of, like, after the next quest. As a matter of fact, let's... How do I want to do this? I guess I'll ignore this quest for now. The others should be fine. So let me actually do this on Dark Knight. I've been meaning to use Frontlines Roulette to level up Dark Knight a bit, and then I've just been slacking, so, which is why it's only level 93. But in the meantime, we have side quests that we can do for some of that good experience. Bologal, master of the hunt, or of the Dawn Hunt, wants to introduce you to a certain someone. Oh. Ah, Shizune, the Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you've been making yourself useful. that your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tyrol. I mean, it's taken me through every corner of Yolk Tyrol, at least. Including Yaktel, I hear. The land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be. Not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board, too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? Sure. That's the spirit. Alright then, let me tell you what these immediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner bills to talk to Tiat Kat first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Gornet Glean Sands. Look for the Jabral with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our history. Eh? Oh, right, this quest. One of these days, honestly, guys, have this. I know I say this about a lot of things, but guys, I need you to help me become a big enough streamer that I can, like, interview Yoshi P someday and just, like, ask him what the deal is with the beavers. You have business with me, Outlander? Vologosek, you, eh? More meat for the marks. Though you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Kona brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety. Hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tyrol banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who'd take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Galul Jaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Kona proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle the threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure, or glory, or fortune. But from the very beginning, whatever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. Hello! Oh, I need to switch to a job that can actually complete this quest. Right, this one's actually level lock. Got it. Makes sense. It's to unlock hunts that you can't do until level, like, 95 anyway. Back already, are you? Did Tiat Kat tell you everything you needed to know? Yeah-huh? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting and good luck. There we go. Okay, now this fucking quest. The determined naturalist has a small, furry problem for you to solve. Well, I never. To think I'd run into you in Tuliolo of all places. I'm from the Studium's facility of biology. I've seen you before, back in Old Charlian. Ah, that reminds me. You'll have to forgive the impertinence, but there just so happens to be a matter I could use your help with. I'm researching Turali ecosystems, and I'm currently on the hunt for one creature in particular. In truth, I'd barely set foot on land before I made my discovery. Alas, as I was trying to secure the specimen for study, it got away from me. It has a somewhat peculiar cry, to say the least. The creature itself is covered in tawny brown fur and is rather small in stature. The strangest thing is, I asked some of the locals whether they had heard of such an animal, and they seemed quite baffled. You don't happen to know of the creature I speak of, do you? Oh no, making me stand? Alright, one moment. I daren't speak of such a vicious beast. Sounds like a giant beaver to me. I'm just as baffled as the locals. Never heard of such a creature. That last one is bullshit. I daren't speak of such a vicious beast. You've laid eyes on the creature? And a valiant hero such as yourself is in awe of its ferocity? Why, I must get my hands on it at all costs. I shall conduct an extensive search of the port, which is where I first saw the creature. Might I ask you to search the high ground, the residential district known as the Resplendent Quarter? I shall continue my search in the vicinity. Now that I think of it, the creature itself may have come here from foreign shores. Yeah? No, but seriously. One of these days, I very badly just want to be like, what beaver hurt you? What is your beef with beavers? There you are. Squeal! The vocal varmint and its companions seem willing to follow you. Lead the pair back to the determined naturalist at High Tide Harbor. But yeah, if anybody knows why we keep getting quests where it's like, oh my god, beavers, they're so terrorists. They are to be feared. I would love to know. Like, is there something in Japanese culture I'm not aware of involving beavers? Did they just decide, hey, we need to, like, have an animal that's cute that we can, like, as a joke, say are vicious, terrifying fiends, and then they just threw a dart at a board with a bunch of different pictures, and it landed on beaver? Can I talk small talk with you? Squeal! Squeal! That's all. Okay. Brilliant! Simply brilliant! Not one, but two! I only spotted a single specimen earlier. Little did I think there'd be another lurking nearby. Squeal! Squeal, squeal! They both seem remarkably docile. What a marvelous stroke of luck to be reunited with my quarry so quickly. This rather vindicates my decision to travel all this way. You see, our professor recently absconded, leaving me and my fellow researchers vying for the newly vacated position. This is just what I need. If I can work this discovery into a paper, it will do wonders for my standing within the faculty, and put me one step closer to that tenured position. Oh, 19 months! Oh my god, 19 months! Suffice it to say, I'll be keeping a close eye on these two and tending to them with the utmost care. I can't wait to conduct a thorough study. Squeal! Squeal! Zeb was my first ever sub. She was very, very determined. Zeb, do you have any idea what the deal is with Final Fantasy XIV and beavers? As my go-to sciencey person, especially when it comes to animals. Explain. Oh, maybe that wasn't the right place. Whoops, hang on. Actually, this is not the right etherite if I want to get over here. Okay. But yeah, one of these side quests that's on the map, we're saving until later. Pro tip for anybody making a video game, don't make side quests available to your players that spoil literally the next cutscene of the game. Like, it's absolutely baffling to me, and even more baffling, because I know there was at least like one news article talking about it, is the fact that they've never changed it. Like, they've never been like, oopsie poopsie, maybe we should have this quest unlocked after this cutscene. Hapipia is gazing lovingly at his precious crops. Well met, traveler. Couldn't help but notice you staring at my crops there. Dabble in a bit of sowing and growing yourself? How about running a quick errand for me? By way of thanks, I'll share some of the know-how we local farmers have cultivated over the years. And that's where you come in. I need your help getting a hold of the makings that go into the mulch. And you can't go wrong with alpaca manure. Oh boy, another... Didn't I already get a quest this expansion in handling shit? I did, back in Urkopacha. They gave us 2 this expansion? No need to look so worried. I'll get the dung delivered from the alpaca stables later. Oh, okay. So the Urkopacha one was the obligatory once an expansion shit handling quest. Got it. What I want you to do is go around and collect vegetable scraps for me. I've got an arrangement with some of the eateries here in Tuliolal, you see. I need you to pay a visit to Jabravti and Aunt T's Tacos. Think you can do that for me? Yeah, Yeah, sure. Oh, right. I'm not on Bard. Not that Peloton is going to do anything for me, but that is why I hit that button. It's just pure habit. Man, I'm so interested to see what they plan on doing to Bard next expansion. I mean, I'm interested... Oh, excuse me. I'm interested in seeing what they do with jobs in general next expansion, but especially Bard. Just because it's my main and I'm interested to see what they're going to do with Peloton, if anything. Papipia's after his vegetable scraps, is he? Say no more. To make a decent taco, you can't cut corners when it comes to meat and spices, but vegetables are just as vital. Mine are packed full of the best produce you can get, and all of it grown by Tapipia himself. We business owners have to look out for one another after all. Let's go! Right, this way. Actually, I was gonna do it after the next cutscene, but I think this feels like a good place narratively for me to hippity hop back to Eorzea for Little Lady's Day. Whoops, that's not the quest I want to do. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Did Tapipia send you? I made sure to set aside all the scraps and peelings you need. They're yours for the taking. Thank you. Of course, there's plenty of traders selling vegetables at Bayside Bevy, but being able to source our produce straight from Seafoam Fields is a real boon for us. Doesn't come much fresher than that, I tell you. Oh ho! Back with my scraps, are you? Yeah. Here you go. Much obliged. Now, with a little heat and time, these odds and ends will make a fine compost. But that's not all they're good for. Spread them straight into the soil, and they make it for a decent fertilizer in a pinch. That's what folks used to do in the olden days, anyhow. But when the head of reason and his companions got to putting their knowledge of plants and whatnot to use, so in the seeds of the composting techniques we use today. I named this farm Seafoam Fields for good reason. That salty air brings with it plenty of minerals which help the plants thrive. All it takes to bring out the best in the soil. With all these scraps, I should be set for a good while. Appreciate the help, traveler. For what it's worth, I hope you learned a thing or two from all my prattling on. I did. Now, let's do Little Lady's Day. Before shit really starts hitting the fan with MSQ. Well, I guess it doesn't... Well, yeah, this is like the best place to do it. That being said, let me change my glamour. This does not feel like a good glamour for... Yeah, sure, this one. my nice little casual glamour. My go-to. Actually, hang on. Let me actually run to the bathroom real quick. And then we'll do the event. So, yeah, I will be right back. Oh, that's not one. All right, we're back. So, let us talk to everybody. Oh. Okay. Nope, not you. My deepest apologies, madam, but we are not yet ready to open for, we are not yet open for business. The songbirds soar again. Not that they ever stopped soaring, mind you. With the seneschal prince by their side, they are an unstoppable force of nature. They're bound to reach heretofore unseen levels of notoriety. Just you wait. But yeah, to paint the picture for you guys, we were told it's going to be a few days before Wiklamat's ascension ceremony. So we realized, oh hey, back home, Little Ladies' Day is going on. I should go check that out. The Royal Seneschal has the need of an inquisitive adventurer. Why, if it isn't Shizune! It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's Little Ladies' Day festivities. Have you partaken in this year's, my friend? The songbirds and the Seneschal Prince are, as ever, our shining stars on stage, and they have been practicing oh so diligently for this event. My, how marvelous! What seasonal sensations! The songbirds and Seneschal Prince's performances have propelled their popularity to a fever pitch. Their economic exploits have defied every expert's expectations. As they balance billions of gil in gains, the masses cannot help but contemplate. Why do folks flock to them? What forces drive this formidable font of funds to flow? This is the same guy from the, They don't mention it, but... This is the same guy from the, Make It Rain campaign last year, isn't he? Yes. Yes. Okay, yeah. Oh, not last year's. Yes, last year's? Which Make It, oh, yeah. Okay, he was first introduced in the Make It Rain campaign from 2023. Okay. Ahem. Forgive me my raucous rambling. I am Dural Tharal, renowned reporter for the Mithril Eye. I like how they're starting to have NPCs. Well, not starting, they've done this before. But I like that they're, like, having NPCs from one seasonal event also show up in other seasonal events sometimes. I mean to gather information on these prominent performers and pen a piece for our next publication. I could scarcely ask for a more perfect opportunity for promotion. Where the Mithril Eye goes, fame and prestige are bound to follow. The Songbirds and the Seneschal Prince will be thrilled to hear of this. A thousand thanks. Then, without further fanfare, I shall solicit the citizens of the city-state for their feedback. Though now that I think on it, my tendency to focus on the financials might poison the piece's perspective, so to speak. An objective observer would be ideal. This objective observer can help. Excellent! Fret not. You'll be duly compensated for your cooperation. Permit me to brief you on our performers then. The knowledge will doubtless prove a useful reference for your upcoming report. I shall begin with the Songbirds, the pride and joy of Little Ladies' Day. Our talented trio consists of Ulala, dressed in crimson. Then we have Narumi, clad in yellow, and, of course, Masha Makaraka, donning blue. For anybody who does not know, Masha is Masha Makaraka is Nashu Makaraka, from the Hildebrand quest. She's her sister. And I distinctly remember the first year that they introduced the Songbirds. We got backstory on some of the characters. Like I remember, Ulala went into this like really hardcore wanting to be an idol and be beloved by her fans. Narumi, her father's a merchant, which is how she, and like while he was doing his merchant stuff in Ulda, if I remember correctly, she got recruited into the Songbirds. I was like, I want to sing and do this. Yeah, this sounds fun. And Masha, I hadn't made the connection at the time, but Masha makes a comment about how her sister fell in with a really like questionable guy. And at the time I was thinking, okay, Mikote lore. I'd been thinking, oh, she fell in with like into somebody's harem or something. And then I realized, oh, she's talking about Nashu. Oh, by questionable guy or like irreputable guy, she means Hildebrand. Anyway, it would be really cool actually if someday during a Hildebrand quest, Masha showed up. That'd be neat. Or if at least Nashu like showed up in the background. Or like, they've even had NPCs during event quests. Hey, they have NPCs show up who are part like side content, if you've done it. But like I remember last year's Little Ladies Day, Poo and his friend actually showed up if you'd gotten that far in the game. And they were hanging out in Ulda. So like there's no reason Nashu couldn't show up as or Nashu and Hildebrand can show up at Little Ladies Day some year. Anyway, Masha and Makaraka donning blue. They have come far from their humble beginnings, and their tireless efforts have recently borne fruit. Of late, their concerts have taken the realm by storm, winning countless new fans across Eorzea. And 'twould be remiss of me not to mention Peacock, our dashing seneschal prince in Violet. He is the newest addition to our lineup, and a rising star in his own right. He stole many a heart last Little Ladies' Day. They inspire one another, as well as their crowds, in equal measure. Their musical prowess is as a fresh spring breeze, breathing new life into the celebration as we know it. This year, we shall be outfitting concert attendees with a unique line of themed apparel and illuminations for the occasion, complete with matching colors for each member of our merry band. So you appeal to all audiences, allowing spectators to support their favorite singer. A sound strategy. Meanwhile, your prize performers pinpoint their most passionate fans in the process, making for a more memorable experience. With that, I believe I have enough to embark on our excursion. When you are set to search the city for some tried and true testimonials, simply say the word. This glamour is actually bothering me a little bit. I need to put together a slightly different one. It's mostly fine. I just want jeans. This is a spring event, and this glamour screams summer. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, don't tell me. My game crashed. Hang on. Hi, guys. Please stand by. I wonder. Does that mean what I think it means? I won't be able to do anything about it until after my stream, but usually when something like that happens, it means that my graphics card driver needs an update. But it doesn't. It's up to date, so that's really weird. All right. Here we go. Gotta. Just gonna log in. And then see what kind of queue there is. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad, but in. Let me in. There we go. Okay, what's it look like? 7 people, not bad. But while we log in, I'm gonna refill my water. Both of my water bottles are full, or empty. Oh my god, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I'm gonna make both my water bottles full. Oh, I can sit down now. Sweet. Alright. Now, which plate do I want to... You know what? That's fine, I can do this one. It is basically... That's not the right shirt. There we go. Basically the same glamour I'm already wearing, but with jeans. There we go, that's better. A nice, casual spring glamour. Let the collaboration commence. To begin, I suggest we search away from the stage so as not to startle any spectators. Perhaps we might pursue possible leads near the perimeter of the Gate of Knowledge. We need but seek out and speak to those in songbird and seneschal shirts, shall we? What specifically about these singing celebrities encourages fervent fans to fly to them? Duty demands I discover the truth. May our collaboration with Dural Thural be a rousing success. I shall continue with my work here, but I eagerly await the finished product. Yeah, let's go. Hello? You're interviewing folks for a piece on the songbirds and the seneschal prince? Oh, I'd love to participate. I'm a Masha fan, through and through. She has the most amazing voice, and there's something about the way she dances that really speaks to me. You can tell she puts pride into every facet of her performances, and it never fails to take my breath away. In fact, her dedication inspires me to be more mindful in my day-to-day living. Even with something as simple as descending the stairs, I'll often find myself thinking, I must be careful. Masha needs me. That's a little parasocial. I mean, still be careful climbing or going up and down stairs, but still. Speaking of dedication, I hear Masha's come up with one of the limited-time dishes being served at the quicksand. We ought to sample it for ourselves. So, Masha's perseverance provides a particular sense of purpose past performances, extending into the everyday. Fascinating, all of it. Masha is constantly striving to be a better songbird, but she's already the definition of perfection, if you ask me. Okay, do that one. Keen to learn about our favorite songbird, you say? Well, we here are the Ulala faithful. Gods, where do I even begin? Her presence on stage is second to none, and her warm smile can melt even the coldest hearts. She may be small, but the power in her voice more than makes up for it. And that's to say nothing of her passion for her fans and the music. It's why she dons such fiery red hues. I speak for us all when I say we'd do most anything for her if she asked with that winsome little smile of hers. So your small yet esteemed singer is... Man... Dural in his alliteration. So your small yet esteemed singer's stunning stagecraft stirs your sentiments, you say? Say that 10 times fast. Duly noted. I suppose I could sympathize. With that, I assume we've accounted for all the aficionados in the area. However, if that Masha fan tells it true, those seasonal songbird snacks are bound to bring multitudes to Mistress Momodi's establishment. Come, let us continue our queries at the quicksand. Oh, right, hang on. Gotta talk to Lucy's again. Dialogue. Long as Lulala keeps singing, and even if she doesn't, we'll never stop cheering for her. And with these brilliant red illuminations to match her fiery spirit, I'm sure she'll always feel our hearts reaching out to her. Ah, you're reporting for the Mithril Eye, are you? Well, as you've doubtless ascertained, I am one of Narumi's fans. Though she may be the most demure of the 3 songbirds, she harbors a quiet strength and endless compassion that we cannot help but cherish. She approaches her art so delicately, so exquisitely, that it feels as though she is speaking to all her fans as individuals. It compels us to support her in every endeavor, that she might always know happiness in the spotlight. So Narumi employs a subtle yet sincere approach. Imagining such a saintly smile on stage, why, I could certainly see the appeal. No, not you. If my single voice can encourage Narumi to press on as a singer, even in the slightest, then there would be no greater joy. Her songs grant me courage, and I wish to give back to her in any way I can. Asking about the stars of Little Lady Say? Well, you've come to the right place. Most folk are head over heels for the songbirds, but I've only got eyes for Peacock. His debut last Little Lady Say really won me over. As Seneschal Prince, he takes it upon himself to treat his fans like royalty. He's incredibly handsome, of course, but his honeyed words and that sweet little smirk are the highlights of his every show. Would that he could be my prince every day. Oh, and when you shine his violet illumination in the crowd, he does notice, even if you're in the very, very back row. Last Little Lady Say he winked in my general direction and, well, even if he didn't actually wink at me, I'd like to believe so. The mere thought of Peacock's past productions is... wrong voice, whoa. The mere thought of Peacock's past productions is enough to make most fans swoon. A true testament to his talent. And if the rumors are true, he strives to serve all his fans, be they lads or little ladies. Which means there's hope yet that I, too, can be a princess under his sovereign smile. Ahem. As assumed, our performers possess a fiery fanbase. With this wealth of wisdom, I am well prepared to write. But one thing struck me as strange. While we were wandering, I espied an elegant young lady surveying the songbirds and Seneschal's stage from afar. I am interested in interviewing her as well, if she is so inclined. Shall we sally forth and see what she says? Your dialogue does not change throughout this one. Got it. That being said, we've got an ad break coming up on Twitch. So we're gonna... Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some food during this ad break. And I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Now. Lady Adelitha suffers from a frail constitution. Should the worst come to pass, 'tis my solemn duty to remain at her side. Greetings to you both. I don't believe we've met. I am Adelitha Thorne. Is there aught I can assist you with? Such serendipity! A scion of the honored House Thorne. I had heard that your house had contributed a substantial sum in support of these festivities. Come to celebrate and see the show, I gather. Indeed, on behalf of House Thorne, and out of my own curiosity, I wish to behold the annual concert with my own eyes. 'Tis heartening to know the annual performances have blossomed into such a passionate showcase of song and dance. Would that I could join the audience and show my own support. Though you are hale enough to travel this day, I must advise against it, my lady. We cannot risk worsening your condition. Alas, it is as Rodolphe says. I've not the strength to sway to the rhythm and jump about as I please. But from this vantage point, I can, at least, gaze upon the stage and the audience from afar. A rather enlightening experience, all told. Even from this distance, it is easy to tell how much the performance means to all of them. How joyful they all are. I dare say their energy is contagious. Delight and devotion may take many forms. If these crowds can find happiness by supporting their beloved singers, if we can garner their interest in this holiday, but even for a fleeting moment, then I could ask for little else. A poignant point you make, my lady, and it's as you've ascertained. All who answered our inquiries delighted in describing their preferred performers, each selecting to celebrate in their own way. There is no correct answer as to how to celebrate the season, for only together could they make Little Ladies' Day the fine festival it has become. Such is likely a significant source of its singer's success. I must thank you thoroughly for your thoughtful theories, and shall serve as a fine addition to my article. They are merely fleeting thoughts I had as I enjoyed the performances, but I am pleased they could be of use. I wish you both a delightful Little Ladies' Day. Little Adelitha has eagerly awaited this Little Ladies' Day festivities. We took great pains to ensure she would be well enough to make the journey to the Ruby Road Exchange. Seeing her so full of joy now, I am gladdened to know our efforts were worth it. I was unaware that the two of you were gathering information for an article, of all things. Though perhaps it is better that I had not known. I would have been too nervous to speak my mind. I owe you one for your committed cooperation. Indeed, I've amassed all manner of ardent accounts from the fans. Some show support by cheering in cacophonous cries to the stage, while others watch wistfully from a ways off, or make merry by feasting on festive foods. As the performers' popularity proliferates, so too do prospective methods to please their fans. Merriment made for one's pastimes a mysterious, marvelous matter. Merriment made for one's pastimes is a mysterious, marvelous matter. For our favorite fads, we often find ourselves opening our wallets without so much as a second thought. Even I am no stranger to that. But I digress. It's time we saw these songbirds and seneschal prince for ourselves. To fully fathom what all the fuss is about, provided we have permission from the royal seneschal. Now that we know what makes these singers so special, it's time we took part in the main event. Yeah, concert time. Welcome back. How fared the interviews? They went well. Wonderfully well, in fact. As our last task, we wish to watch one of the performances if we are welcome to do so. By all means! I would love nothing more than to read your impressions when all is properly published. For a more objective observation, I'd like to spectate the show from afar. Might I ask you to take up to the crowds? Yeah, sure. Excellent. Enjoy the event, and we will reconvene once the stage has settled. The handmaiden here will furnish you with a set of songbird-themed attire and a portable illumination. Once you've obtained what you require, you need only wait for the opportune moment to join the crowd. Yeah, I know how this works. Alright. Now, attend performance. And I will choose blue. I should have read her dialogue. It's fine. It's whatever. Actually, hang on. I can do over. Oh. Never mind. The dialogue was only the first time. Oh well, it's fine. And now this character will have lights, so that it can cheer on players doing things without having to spend money on this character, which is something I would rather not do. Which hairstyle is that? Is that one for the cash out? Anyway, we just need to do this fate once. And it's a cute little event. I did it last night on my main. And then did the fate a bunch of times for event items. Anyway. Yeah, this year's event actually had some really good rewards. So if you haven't done it yet, I definitely recommend it. Go ahead and check out people's glamours while we wait. There's some really nice ones. My one complaint is that the shirts from the event are only the oversized ones, and as you can see, I prefer just the normal ass shirts. Like, I'll use the oversized ones for pajama glamours, because that's basically what I actually sleep in IRL. But anyway, Here we go. Concert time. Let's see if I can get a good angle on this. No, I hit wrong button. Here we go. This works out, though. I did intend to hide my HUD. Start. I like Masha and the prince equally, so I tend to alternate when I have both of them as an option. No, wrong one! There we go. It's really interesting when you have an option between more than one of them, seeing what the split is on what colors people are using and who they're cheering on. Yeah, we win! You have my thanks for your participation, adventurer. Your fervor out in the crowds did not go unnoticed. My, what a marvelously masterful performance. Even from a distance, I could not help but offer a round of ardent applause. The fans' passion burned with brilliance that was all but blinding, matched only by the fiery fervor of the performers. I see now why so many are drawn to such shows. Now, it's time I inquired about your immersive involvement. How did it feel to savor the sights and sounds of such a spectacle? Nod in silence, as if you completely understood what just happened. Yeah. Struck speechless by the vows, or by the show's sonnets, rest assured your silence speaks 1,000 words. With this, I should be able to pen the perfect piece. But I dare not delay. Little lady's day is only so long, after all. I give you my gratitude, adventurer. You have earned your rightful reward. I must take my leave, but may the fates see fit for us to meet again. It was a pleasure to see you enjoying the show. Do not hesitate to join in again if you feel so inclined. We've plenty of performances scheduled. I offer you my gratitude for aiding Thural, and wish you a wonderful little lady's day. Yay! Oh, wait, he has a repeatable quest? What's the quest? Oh! Oh! I hadn't messed with that on my main yet. I kind of completely forgot. I was so focused on spamming the fate to, mostly get trees for housing that I did not realize. Anyway, Royal Servant. For now, let's grab music, or the other emotes. And the music. I'll get the shirts later. Yeah. So now, where are they? Here we go. We have Cheer Rhythm Red, Cheer Rhythm Violet, Cheer Rhythm White, or Bright, and Yellow, or I'm sorry, Cheer Light Yellow, Cheer Light Blue, and Cheer Light Green. This is the correct way to do it. Oop. I fucked up. Anyway. Let's see what NPCs are here from MSQ. She's the lady from last event. And then, do you have new dialogue? I had a chance to peruse the Little Ladies' Day edition of the Mithril Eye, your acquaintance pen. His depiction of the fans' devotion was so heartwarming, so apparent, that I could not help but share in their bliss. Seeing Lady Adelitha in particularly good spirits has put me at ease. I suppose we have the celebrations to thank for that. It is my hope that this experience brings her strength in the days to come. And then, look who's here! Literally weeks after I complained about the fact that I'd only seen him at a seasonal event once, they bring him back. I'm so happy. Bring Derek back more. Have him pull an Omega with him, and have him and Alpha, like, or pull an Omega and Alpha with him, and have him show up in random spots around the game's world. Please. Yeah, he's here! When Lise presented me with an opportunity to participate in Ulda's Little Ladies' Day, I was eager to accept her offer. I had not realized the Jewel of the Desert could be host to such efflorescent celebrations. As you may be aware, the peach trees lining the city streets are native to the Far East. It will soon be their peak season, in fact. Mayhap I shall invite Lord Hien to view the blossom here upon my return. Since when was that an emote in the game? Interesting. Shizune! Fancy meeting you here. Hi, Lise! Now that things in Alamigo are getting settling down, I thought I'd give you Giddy a proper tour of Ulda. And good timing, too. Little Ladies' Day is as lively as ever. Since we came all this way, I'm thinking of taking her down to the stage later so we can cheer those singers on it for ourselves. Do you think she'll enjoy it? Okay. So, fun fact. If you, say, are caught up with the Arcadian... Yeah, there's a reason why this girl's doing this dance. There may or may not be certain NPCs hanging out here. A certain dancer and a certain painter. If you know, you know. Oh, cute. knowing what I know about what's here. Oh, this is a cute little RP. A pleasure as always, Shizune. The streets are alight with activity this time of year, are they not? Her Grace has been in good spirits since the festivities began. Not long ago, she doubtless would have wanted to escape the palace and gaze upon it all for herself. But without Father's presence, well, there are many things she must prioritize instead. The two of them must rise to meet the needs of their homelands in these turbulent days. But I am certain this season will always remind them of one another. As for me, I shall report back to Her Grace shortly, once I've properly absorbed the scenery in her stead. Yeah! Okay. Now what's this all about? The Royal Seneschal is eager to offer you a rare opportunity. Allow me to thank you again, adventurer, for such an enthusiastic showing at our recent concert. As it happens, the Songbirds and the Seneschal Prince are scheduled to take a break from the spotlight in mere moments. Might you be interested in speaking with them? Yeah, sure. I am certain the four of them spotted you in the crowd. They would doubtless be pleased to learn learn of your recent journalistic exploits on their behalf. You are free to speak to whomever you'd like, of course. Just say the word and I shall summon them here. Alright. So, which of our stars do you wish to converse with? Let's just go down the list. So, Ulala. But of course! I shall go and fetch them right away. Until then, would you kindly wait by that peach tree over yonder? I've never met her on this character. I don't think. Greetings! Ulala here! But you already knew that. Thanks ever so much for cheering us on. I spied you in the audience, you know. I take it you joined the rest of my adoring fans in Crimson, yes? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. If you attend another concert, rest assured I'll be keeping an eye out for you. And if you're not waving my colors around, well, let's just say you and I will have some words. Oh, there's different... Oh. Interesting. You and the Songbirds have my support. My illuminations will grow. You and the Songbirds have my support. Well, that's very sweet of you to say. We've got to put forth every effort for the fans. We certainly wouldn't be where we are today without them. In any event, we've plenty more shows to put on, so do join us again. You'll be cheering ooh la la ooh la la in time with the rest of them soon enough. Don't flatter yourself, Ulala. I picked you first because you're my least favorite. How did your conversation fare? Good, I trust. Excellent. I thank you for your time. Your words are bound to fuel the fire in their hearts, I'm sure. Should you wish to speak with anyone else or for the duration of Little Lady's Day, you need only ask. It's the least we can do for you. Our performances shall continue for a while yet, so please do enjoy the festivities to your heart's content. And now we skip through the dialogue that's the same. And second best girl, Narumi. But of course, I shall go and fetch... Yeah, they used them instead of gendered pronouns so that they didn't have to change the dialogue for the prince, apparently. I am terribly sorry for the wait. But what a joy it is to see you, Shizune. Are you well? Yours was a welcome presence in the audience. Thank you kindly for your warm support during our last concert. It's still odd to think an average girl like myself could become a realm-wide singing sensation. Even now, there are days when I fear this fame is but a fleeting dream, and I might soon wake soon wake from it. Oh my god. It's no dream. You've earned your praise. A most heartening sentiment. Thank you. I shall endeavor to keep those words close and recall them in times of uncertainty. Though life as a star may seem surreal at times, in my heart I am well aware that this is reality, and I must continue to prove worthy of this privilege. That is why I will do my utmost to ensure our problems bring warmth and joy to you and all our adoring fans. And now, time for Best Girl. Am I slightly biased because she's blue? Yes. I hope I didn't keep you waiting over long. How are you faring, Shizune? It's rather hard to believe I've been in show business for so long now. Fame and fortune is all well and good, but I won't be satisfied with that alone. The road to perfection is never ending. I wish to hone my craft and keep dazzling our audiences. To that end, I've recently begun proposing new and more challenging dances and songs that we might reach ever greater heights. I kind of wish with her that we had like an extra piece of dialogue referencing her sister if we've done Hildebrand. That'd be incredibly funny. It feels like such wasted opportunity that they're like, here's Masha, she's Nashu's sister, and then they haven't done anything with that at all. They haven't even referenced it since the first Little Ladies Day event with the Songbirds. I believe you'll reach those greater heights. That's the goal, yes. Hearing such encouragement, how could I possibly regret this path I've chosen? Now, I'm not the only one striving to improve mine. Peacock and the girls work tirelessly to deliver stellar performances as well. We'll continue to reach for the stars on every stage we stand upon, and wherever we go, I hope we'll cross paths with you from time to time. How did your conversation fare? Oh, right, same dialogue every time. We can skip it. And now, for the default best boy, because he's the only boy, I kind of wish we had more options of boys. Give us, I know green was kind of put in there as like a random non-idol color, but give us a green boy. Or, oh, you know what? The girls are red, yellow, technically red, yellow, blue, right? So those are primary colors. So yeah, give us a green boy and an orange boy to go with the purple boy. The primary and secondary colors. Not that the boys are secondary at all. Or would be secondary. But, apologies for the wait, Shizune. When I heard it was you who requested my presence, I ran here as fast as I could. It's been exhilarating to perform for such passionate crowds, time and time again. Our fans are truly special. It's my hope that I can answer every fan who waves a violet illumination in my honor. Of course, that includes you, Shizune. I appreciated your support during the last show. You'll always have a fan in me. Huzzah! A fan's support is a powerful thing, you know. Why, every time I hear such praise, I feel as though I could sprout wings and fly. Wherever you find yourself in the audience, know that I shall have my eyes on you. As Seneschal Prince, I am honor-bound to ensure your experience is unforgettable. The next time we meet, may it be under my violet lights. Oh, neat! That's interesting, because I guess I've technically met the Songbirds before, but this character is only like, what, a little under 3 years old? When did I start playing on this character? I made her... I started the game slightly... Or I started streaming the game, I should say, slightly before Final Fantasy XVI came out. And then took a break from... I was still in A Realm Reborn and took a break when 16 came out to stream it. There was a big gap between that because I went to FanFest. That would have been 2023? Yeah, so I went to FanFest because it was during the summer. And then got really fucking sick. I don't think it was COVID, but it was still like a bad enough cold that, like, okay, the way you know if something is, like, if you've lost your sense of smell because of COVID or something else is, with COVID, losing your sense of smell is like one of the initial symptoms. But if you have some other kind of virus, you can lose your sense of smell after the fact when you, like, when all the rest of your symptoms have gone away. And that's what happened to me. Like, I started feeling better and then I realized I couldn't smell anything. And like the COVID tests I took when I got home came back negative. So yeah, I don't think it was COVID. But either way, I was a very sick girl. And then I got back to Final Fantasy 14. I finished Final Fantasy 16 because I hadn't quite finished it. And then I went back to 14. So... yeah, and 16 came out. I'm time blind, so I don't remember. It was, yeah, 2023. I did remember right. But, oh! Not that I stalk people on my friends list or anything. Anyway. Oh, right, I have to actually finish this quest, huh? But yeah, they do that sometimes. It's like, you'll get special dialogue if you've done previous year's events. But, oh, right, so my point is, by stalk my friends, I mean, I use, this is technically for tagging, but I'll also use it for, tagging hunts. But I'll like, it's my way of saying hi is just, hey, I know your location and position because I see you. But anyway, yeah, so this character was made in 2023. Yeah, it's been 3 years. But yeah, I guess whatever, like, exposure to the Songbirds this character has had, it was enough for them to know me by name. Interesting. Anyway, back to MSQ. But yeah, also, I completely forgot until, like, now, but the original quest involving the Songbirds was when their group was first gained together and they were fighting over who was going to be the leader of the idol group. Oh, I know. I've already bought the stuff. You gotta remember, I'm a vet player. I do the stuff on my main before I do things on this character. And I already grabbed my rewards. So, where is it? But yeah, I spent part of last night farming for the tree because I have a personal house and I'm also an FC leader on my main and I like decorating my FC house for events. And I kind of regret the fact that with the original cherry tree, I only have like maybe 6 of them. So I want a whole bunch more than that with the new tree. Because cherry trees are pretty. Or I'm sorry, peach blossoms. Whatever. Same difference in terms of color, I guess. Anyway. It is time to continue MSQ. We returned from Tyrol, or we returned to Tyrol. Rook Lamont has gone off to prepare for her, coronation isn't the right word, but her, like, ascension ceremony to become the new Dawn servant. Days have passed, during which Shizune has helped some of the locals and returned to Ulda for, oh, that glamour is cute. Hang on. Oh, those are the alternative shoes. Okay, those look good with those pants. Okay. Anyway, Shizune returned to Eorzea momentarily because she remembered, oh, Little Lady's Day is happening right now. And now that she has partook in the celebrations and the days have passed, she returns to, Tyrol. Several cutscenes are about to play at once, or in sequence. Everybody get comfy. Welcome back. Can May congratulate you on Wook Lamont's victory in the Rite of Succession. It is our honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Sometime later. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? Yeah, sure, of course. I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Rook Lamont did all the work. I was just moral support. My primary business and calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of the Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That is all. If you'll excuse me. We're getting dental in a 401k. God, I wish. But that would mean tethering the Warrior of Light to one place, and she's not going to go for that. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. I am so sorry, buddy. That's not my role here. There are a lot of people who would love for me to stay by their side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony. Yeah!
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph in the City of Gold. My daughter, Wook Lamont. Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihiolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, history. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works.
Yeah, reminder to everybody, this expansion has a incredibly not subtle anti-AI message to it.
I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shibruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shibral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
She meowed softly and carried a big axe.
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because my journey has taught me one thing above all else. Your happiness is my happiness!
Yeah!
I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah.
Girl! How high are you jumping from? Gotta love video game physics.
My father led Tulihyolol to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else.
1 HP for real.
Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona!
Yay, siblings!
Ramachi, are you certain?
She jumped off a balcony for you! Yes, she's certain!
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations.
Words of an reformed AI bro. Proud of you, Kona.
With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
So, thing that you wouldn't pick up on, I think, necessarily, playing through this the first time. And I do wish we'd gotten to go to Shaktaral before this scene, because maybe it would have been easier to, like, more meaningful the first time around. But the NPCs that they are zeroing in on as Kona talks are people from Shaktaral. Which is also his birthplace, but, like, you wouldn't necessarily pick up on that the first time around. Ah, look at that! Actually, that Mikote may even be one that we meet eventually, now that I think about it.
Glad this didn't go to waste.
Well, come on, what was your plan if he had said no?
This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, Core, about how good the soundtrack for Dawntrail is. Oh, I did that whole thing on Dark Knight. Whoops. Hang on, let me just, there we go. Switch to a job that can actually complete that quest. The head of reason was very wise indeed to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the rite of succession. It is a shame he could not be here to bear witness to the end. A bittersweet celebration, to be sure. But I'm glad Luke Lamont finally got the recognition she deserves. She might have told someone what she was planning. Nah, but Luke Lamont does not act without the best interest of her people in mind. Yeah, and once again, like, man, people are so mean to Luke Lamont in and out of the game, and I don't think it's warranted. Like, she's a lot smarter than people give her credit for. Besides the fact that she was the one who was like, hey, I need Kona's help. She's the only one who picked up on the fact that, hey, the bandits aren't just like being bandits because they want to. Something's putting them in that position. And we need to figure out what to actually solve the problem. It can't just be us calling the cops on them and like calling it a day. She and Kona both suspected, even if they didn't want to believe it, that the head of reason was dead. But yeah, it is like the whole, like, it kind of makes sense in terms of the gamification of things that we don't go to Shock Corral until now, but like, yeah, but like, okay, to be fair, she was that naive. She was that naive in the beginning, but like, especially at this question is, would she still have fallen, like, would she still not know not to pay 100 gil for crayons at this point, or would she know better? Because like, that's the whole thing with her character arc, is she starts off really naive and she grows through the story. But like, besides the fact that like the rite of succession being in Yogg-Thral and then us going to Shock-Thral after the fact feels weird in terms of the people picking their next Dawn servant and stuff. It does also make me wonder, okay, wait, it feels like there's part of the story that's missing in terms of Galul Jaja taking over, because if his whole journey, because like that's the thing, it makes sense for Luke Lamont and Kona and the others to like, we're only in Yogg-Thral because we're recreating the journey that led to Galul Jaja becoming Dawn servant, right? But then my question is, okay, so then how did Shock-Thral become part of Thral if Galul Jaja's journey to become Dawn servant didn't take him through there? It's not just that it doesn't make sense in terms of Luke Lamont's journey and stuff and them picking a new leader for their nation. It doesn't make sense in terms of the very foundation of how this whole thing came to be. Yeah, I don't think we ever get any information about that. which is kind of a shame. It's a bit of a head scratcher. I think Dawntrail is actually really good. I actually think it's slightly better than Heavensward because I think people forget how rough the pacing was for base Heavensward. But it doesn't mean I think it's a perfect expansion. There's some stuff I think they could have done a little bit better. I was saying earlier, I don't think enough people appreciate how Bakuljaja is supposed to be kind of a foil for Zeralja in terms of them both being in a position of like people revering them and stuff. One is the son of a two-head, the other one is a two-head. Everybody's got all their hopes and dreams and stuff placed on their shoulders, and they handle the pressure of it differently. And part of that, I think, in Bakuljaja's case, is he had his mother to sort of help him go through things. And it would have been nice if maybe Zeralja had a character like that, that he just completely disregarded to show that like it wasn't necessarily a nature thing or a nurture thing that led to him being the way he is. Part of it is just his nature. Kind of like how Wuklamat kept trying to reach out to him, ask him questions about what was going on, and he just kept brushing her off and walking away. Which we do get, but yeah. But yeah, Heavensward pacing, and really the big issue with Heavensward's pacing is the Raubon rescue. Because it just kind of interrupts this whole journey that we're in Korthus, right? And what really made Heavensward good was the patch fight. What made Heavensward good was how well done the ending for that. Oh, ads are happening. Whoops. But how good that ending was in 3.3. But yeah, anyway, we've got like a minute and a half left to ads. I'm gonna get up for a minute, and I'll see you guys on the other side of ads. All right, we're back. Now, hi, Cryle. Wuklamat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? She was! The part with the second promise was surprising. But between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolol is bright indeed. Yeah! Earlier in Yaktel. Aw, look at those guys getting along.
Change is in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
If you're gonna talk like that, you better make sure to leave behind your skin routine. Like your skincare routine. Huh. That's weird. I'm sure that's nothing. She might have... Oh, they're still saying the same thing. Alright. Ever greater, ever brighter. Trial is brimming with pride. Yeah. Book Lamont has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed. Even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Lamont secure victory. Arguably, he did complete the final feat by fighting side by side with Lamont. He just didn't get the stone from it. I look forward to seeing how Tuliola will prosper under their care. Me too. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lamati. Did you say Lanyati? I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know it'll be with love. Ah! If we do mispronounce it, please correct us, but it would be my honor to call you Lamati. Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course. We'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Shizune? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Yeah! I don't believe I saw Kettenram in attendance. Did you? Lamati? Lamati? It's La Nyati. Don't worry about us. Go on and have fun with Wukla, Lamati. She'll always be Wuklamat to me, no matter how important she gets. Aaronville, shouldn't you have been Lamati to you a long time ago? You are childhood friends. Although, if you're 25 and she's 19, and she got adopted when she was 3, you would have had to have been at least 9 when the first time you met her. Or older, depending on... Oh, I guess he's technically always been her babysitter, huh? Now that I think about it. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos. And not just for a snack, I promise. Wukevu and Mablu should be there. Of course, since we'll be at Auntie's Tacos anyway, we might as well pick up some snacks as well, right? Actually. Right. Where do I want to go now? This way? Does it matter? Yes, it did matter. Soon. Yeah, Aaronville is kind of a tsundere, isn't he? Oh, Tsunui, yes. Well, okay, would he be No, I don't think he's tsundere. He'd be kundere, wouldn't he? Hang on. There are different kinds of deres. As a matter of fact, there is a dairy types wiki. God, this thing is formatted awful. Why did you guys use gray text on a pink background? Kudere, also known as Kuldere in Western media, is a term for a character who initially acts cold, expressionless, and indifferent to hide their loving feelings, but becomes cute, lovey-dovey, and dere-dere around their love interest afterwards. Tsundere are angrier. Why is there an article titled 20 types of dere types you can find in anime and manga? Why are there 20 of them? What do you mean? We know about tsundere, yandere, dorodere, dorodere. The word is derived from the terms dorodoro, which can mean muddled or confused, and dere-dere, meaning lovey-dovey. Dorodere characters, much like yandere, seem sweet and endearing at first, but are genuinely twisted or disturbed on the inside. Unlike most other dere and non-dere types, these first show their loving side, but later reveal their more assertive side, rather than the other way, which is the case with most types. Dandere. Dondere behaves more or less like a normal person, but only speaks when asked to do so, or told to. They avoid talking because of their shyness, but speak when necessary, sometimes with difficulty or embarrassment. Kudere. A kudere refers to a character that is often cold, outspoken, and cynical. They may seem unemotional and stoic on the outside, but on the inside, they care very much. At least when those they love are concerned. No, he is absolutely a kudere. Dere. Just like stock character. Hyakusadere, or the word, or Hyakasudere. This word is a compound of the terms hyakasu, which means to banter, tease, or make fun of, and dere. Hyakusadere characters, also known as tease-dere, in some media, are sarcastic, mischievous, or at least playful at heart, and a bit flirtatious when teasing the people they love. Okay, no, he is like a somewhere between kudere and hyakusadere. Godere, characters are high achievers who try to get everything they think they want or deserve from their loved ones. They even compel anyone who crosses their path to give or contribute to what the Godere considers their master's perfection and happiness. Ahodere. Characters who are oblivious to other people's feelings, no matter how many clues they get or how obvious it is that someone is in love with them. They just can't figure out what their love interest is like until they say straight up, I love you. Megadere, or the Meganaderes. Man. Onidere. Onidere characters are like Kamidere characters, but instead of thinking they are God, they think they are a demon lord. Some of them may be real supernatural beings, but others would just think they are. Sadodere. If you know, you know. Man, we're only on number 14. I'm not going through this entire list now, but yeah. I think Kona, or not Kona, I think, Aaronville is too reserved, I think, to be a tsundere. He's not inky enough. Oh, okay. Anyway, let's talk to everybody. It's been a while since I've made it to the capital. I'm glad to find it so lively. Oh, Kali! These tacos are delicious. They're no doubt even tastier if topped with reeds. Dawn's servant Wuklamat. Oh, she was marvelous up there, wasn't she? I simply wept with joy. Dawn's servant Wuklamat. Words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. All right then, I shall forgo formalities. But I cannot. You are Dawn's servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn's servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. All right then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklamat become Dawn's servant, Shizune. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn servant's ascension presents us with all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliolol has to offer. In Shock Taral, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kona as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Wuklamat will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears. I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of yokoi, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy. Got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone. And the tacos. Then it's settled. The Dawn Servant Dedication Day discount is hereby in effect. The first promise is Golden Alpaca is as spirited as ever. Too spirited, if you ask me. I hope Dawn Servant Kona will join us for Ihihana as well. We could not have asked for a finer Dawn Servant. Yeah! Sounds like Fontaine has made new friends, which should make him easy to find. Yeah. Just look for the yokoi. Yeah, spotted them. Yeah. The citizens behold the High Luminary with awe. No doubt you have seen one of his station, or his stature. I have not come to Tuliolol in quite some time. Cool. Hot friend! Rocka Rock is grateful for this meet again. Yeah! Dawn Servant, Chizune, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliolol isn't a short one. Cool. Long road with the travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants, or long road worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be his offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlord Zeko. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's, and it would be cool to see like the giants sort of intermingling with all the shorts. The talls and the smalls. All one big community. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Shizune. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the feat of proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliolol I want for you all. Mass hysteria? No, only hysteria if people don't know and aren't used to things. But imagine if the Yokui and all the other races just like lived together, and then the short ones would be used to the Yokui being around, and there'd be no need for fear. They're good guys. Mostly. Anyway, being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliolol I want for you all. See? So I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozomauka and the Yokui of Cherwiger Saltern. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Cherwiger come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. Heh, well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I have been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with real smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworn is the very spirit of a healthy pot pack. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmaruk. Yeah! The Shabrash Rosh? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands. Thank you. Enjoy your time in the city. And remember, this will always be your home too. Before the ceremony, we peruse the Tuliolol saga on Maro's measure. I am proud to see Yokui glyphic traditions so prominently displayed in the city. Yeah! I must pay my respects to Galul Jaja, though he will doubtless insist upon a bout. Oh man, wait, can we go and watch that, please? Caw! Baccarat is excited to see how the new Dawn Servants will hand-help Tuliolol. This city will be as one big happy spot. Yeah. Come and visit us in Earthenshire. Baccarat and I should be glad to welcome you. Oh, right. Let's make for the Gleam Sands. Hunmaruk should be there. Yep. Wah! You must think my attendance in Congress is such an auspicious occasion. Yet as Autarch of Mumuk, I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. What a wonderful variety of foods and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home for the others. Oh yeah, have you guys ever been to Tuliolol? This must be a wild experience for you. And also maybe a little bit awkward considering the diaspora here. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wuklamot. More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. Ugh. I hope so. Man, the double meaning of this conversation. I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Ketenram anywhere? Tonqua, that is. Ketenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamu, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tonqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home. And come and visit us anytime. All right. I think I found everyone. I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the Winged Walk. Yeah. Man, that conversation between Wuklamot and Hunmaru is... Ah! I've heard there's another shop that serves delicious tacos. I'd love to try them. Do you know Auntie T by any chance? More than a few of Mamuk's citizens have expressed new interest in living in moving to Tuliolol. I will confer with Dawn Servant Kona to ensure their transition is a smooth one. Wuklamot may have realized her goal, but I hope you will continue to be a friend to her. Of course! I'm not gonna not be friends with her anymore because she's Dawn Servant. Let's head back to the Winged Walk. Everyone's waiting. Yeah. Okay. And we're gonna take the ether, right? Did I already talk to you? Yes. Galulja just stopped by to offer his thanks for our support. He also bade me extend his gratitude to you for assisting a concerned father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Oh, you're back! Aaronville was just regaling us with stories of Lamati from when they were little. What, the one about the taco? It was basically clean when I found it. Or, no, the one about Papa's feathers? Look, I didn't know they were where else to wipe my nose, and I was too little to know better. Man, that is the response of a traumatized child. who has been teased a little too mercilessly by her older childhood friend. Aaronville is basically her third brother. There are rumors that Galul Jaja may go on pilgrimage now that he's no longer Dawn servant, though I'm sure the transition process will keep him in the capital for some time yet. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account. Of course not.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulihiola with me.
I can't be tethered to one place.
I'm not forcing you, of course. But should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
I also will always have a place in, Ishgard and the Crystarium and, like, all of the city-states.
Ah, that's right. This is for you.
Yeah?
A permit granting passage to Shaktural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already.
Yeah, Wuklamot, you have a link pearl that you can reach me with the next time a Turald withdrawal starts causing problems. Just call me then.
You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you.
You know what's wild is that you have stuff like this, and then you have people who claim they don't like Wuklamot because she allegedly stole the spotlight from the Warrior of Light. What the fuck are they talking about?
Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyolal as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
Yeah. That's the plan.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Sounds good. Also,
Then it's farewell for now.
He's taking us to meet his mom.
Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit. I've got at least one side quest I gotta do. But, hi, Kono! Don't avert your gaze. Yeah, there we go.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Oh, they're sponsoring a professional Mahjong league? I mean, I know 14's Mahjong is, like, really, really popular, where there are people who... Hang on, I want to see if I can... Are they up there? No? Boo. Okay. I wanted to see if I could talk to Kona. But, like, from what I understand, 14's Mahjong is so good that, like, there are people who don't even give a shit about Final Fantasy or playing MMOs, but they're so starved for a good... video game, like Mahjong video game, that they'll play Final Fantasy 14 just for access to it. I'm too smooth-brained for Mahjong. But yeah, I know, like, that's really cool. I'm glad they give so much support to, like, the more niche aspects of the game. Anyway, okay, time for the side quest we skipped earlier, because now it makes sense. Now we can do this quest without it being spoilers. Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance from the journal, duty list, and map will be limited. Yeah, okay. The nostalgic attendant is clutching a well-worn envelope, seemingly lost in reverie. Ah, I recognize you from the Third Promise's entourage. You have my wholehearted thanks for taking part in the rite of succession. I myself am an attendant to the Dawn's Promise. Yes, perhaps I can entrust this to you. The riddle inside that envelope was penned by the Second Promise himself. It's the first part of a treasure hunt he devised for his sister. As I recall, she managed to solve the initial riddle, but gave up soon after that. I gather the clues were a little too challenging. In time, we forgot all about it. Anyway, I was tidying my quarters the other day and stumbled across that envelope. The treasure should still lie here within the city. If you're keen for a bit of sport, perhaps you'd like to try and decipher the Second Promise's words. The first riddle I gave you will point you in the right direction. Oh, did they... Okay, hang on. Maybe they fixed this quest. Let's see here. A great hall rests upon buried shells of old, where palm trees tower over the sands gleaming gold. Did they fix the text so that it refers to them as the second and third promise instead of Val Kona and Val Wuklamont? Because that's how things got spoiled for me. I mean, I kind of strongly suspected how things were going to go anyway. But, like, that's how things got spoiled for me when I first did this quest was... hang on. Is there a etherite nearby? I guess this is the one. Alright. But the quests, at least on release, referred to them as Valkona and Valwuklamat. And I was really confused because I was like, Vow, like, promise? Is that what's going on? So maybe they did fix it. Okay, now I strongly suspect that quest. I'm not looking things up, and it's been almost 2 years since I did this quest, so I don't remember shit. But Great Hall rests. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. Is this the Great Hall he is talking about? And then if we go to the beach, is it resting on shells? Obviously, it's talking about something by the beach. Great Hall rests upon buried shells of gold, of old. Buried shells of old. Maybe it's not here. Palm trees? I mean, there are palm trees here, but there's no shells. Or, oh, no, maybe I was right. You have found the second riddle. Refer back to it as necessary to find the designated location. Weathered planks creak quietly, guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. Verdant bed of green washed with sea spray, so it's still somewhere on the beach. Over here? Oh, wait a minute! No, we did a quest that was talking about this earlier. Verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. Hang on. I bet I know where this is. We literally just did that quest earlier. Interesting. So this would actually be harder if you did this quest first before doing the other quests. Potentially. Here. And then over here. Has, yeah, sea foam fields. Maybe. Did I get it right? Weathered planks creak quietly. Weathered planks? These weathered planks? Guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. Maybe it isn't here. Maybe I was overthinking things. There aren't any... Oh wait, hang on. Maybe here? No? Okay, I was wrong. Weathered planks creak, quietly guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. That could mean so many things. Could it be... Oh, the most obvious thing does feel like it should be here, though. Let me triple check real quick, because I'd hate to leave this area just to realize, oh no, I was right the whole time. I just overlooked something. But there's no wooden planks here. Except for the house and this thing. And I'm not seeing anything here. And this was written when they were children, so it couldn't be... Where else is there a verdant thing of green? Up here? Then it wouldn't be awash with sea spray. Wait! Oh, wait a minute! Hang on. Brain blast. What if it is talking about... the ends of one of the docks at the pier? That doesn't have green, but the one at the inn does. So let's try down here. Because, yeah, weather planks creak, quietly guiding the way to a verdant bed of green washed with sea spray. That should be this down here. Am I right? Aha! I was right. You have found the final riddle. Refer back to it as necessary to find the designated location. A thoroughfare worn smooth speaks of journeys come to end. Reason and resolve set in stone with duty contend. Oh, that's easy. I can't blame Uklamot for running into some trouble with that second one, since even I struggled with it a little bit. But third one is easy peasy peasy. The question is, well, journeys come to end, so it would be around here somewhere, right? Should be somewhere around here. Yep. You have found a green imitation ring. Report your success to the nostalgic attendant at Ekwalia Plaza. Yay! Up here. Welcome back. How did you fare? A ring set with a green glass bead, doing its very best imitation of a pricier piece of jewelry. This brings back memories. Many moons ago, the second promise had me accompany him to Bayside Bevy. The thought of shopping alone seemed to unnerve him. Anyway, this is what he bought that day. He was incredibly fond of his sister. When she begged him to come up with this treasure hunt, he was more than happy to oblige. And now they support one another as they strive for their ideals on behalf of Tuliyolal's future. Yes, I say this nation is in safe hands. If I get the opportunity, I shall deliver this ring to the second promise. I can't help but wonder how he'd present it to his sister after all these years. And with that, I take my leave. Thank you for unearthing this slumbering treasure and the memories that came with it. Yeah, so they did. The problem is, yes, changing it from Val Wuplama and Val Kona to the second promise and third promise does go a long way to fix the issues with that quest originally. But like the very meat of it about them talking about them supporting each other as they strive to build a better Tural, that still only makes sense if you know that they're both Dawn servants now. So I don't know. It still feels a little sloppy. Oh, he's got an eye break coming up. So I think I'm actually gonna run ads now. And then we can head over to... I started stream late, and I meant to get through more of the game tonight than we have so far. So I'm gonna keep going. I'll probably have a hard cutoff time of midnight, if nothing else, but I at least want to get a little bit further into the story. So yeah, I am gonna be back in a bit. I just need to take care of some stuff, and ads are about to run. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side of ads. Alright, we're back. Apparently my headset died while I was away, so that's fun. Anyway. Let's talk to Arendelle. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktaral. You have a permit, or you have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn Servant may have scarred me for life. What are you talking about? She never wasn't prepared to travel. Like, that's the thing. A lot of the things Erenville says about Wuklamot aren't backed up by Wuklamot's actual characterization. Hey, Zeralja, where'd you get those? To be fair, it went 80-20, like 20 to 80 years without being disturbed. Also, technically we didn't leave it unattended because Kettenram was supposed to be, I think part of his like actual purpose here was to keep an eye on the gate. But he's one guy who's pushing 100. He's in good shape for being like 100-ish, but this is the city, or the gate to the Golden City. 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the Salt, petitioning the study of this place. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tonqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves these tiresome feats. Yeah, see, we technically didn't leave it there unattended. We maybe should have been using a buddy system. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say. Yet the new Dawn Servants succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient sun underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. I guess you could say you're saying to him to throw wide the gates? Foreshadowing? It's working. I also don't think people fully I think Krawl's the only one who really had enough insight, even kinda, to understand just how ambitious Zeralda was. I thought everybody else thought he would at least care enough about Kral itself to, like, go along with things once he lost. Is some there? Can hear me? At last! Who's there? Show yourself! If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then, you are the guardian of the city's great power. I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire. To remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then. For my desired world itself. Yes, yes! The resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Power. Promise! Why? He's somebody who views people as stepping stones. You should have seen this coming. You aren't special. The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange. Hey, so I'm not gonna name names because slight spoilers, but for anybody who's watching who's caught up with the game, question. I voiced that as if it was her. But do you think that was her? Or do you think there's a possibility that that was him? Should I have maybe been using a more monotone and emotionless voice for that? I mean, I'm assuming it's her, but... Aaronville is ready to set off. This would technically be a good place to stop stream, but we started late, and I want to keep going. Ready to get underway? Yeah! As I double check to make sure I'm not missing side quests. I'm not. Cool. Good. Then present your travel pass to that guard, and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Chakral is a wonder in its own right. Go on. Show your travel pass to the guard. No! This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Oh, what a coincidence! I have that! Signed by Val Wook Lamont herself. My apologies, miss. If you would wait here just a moment.
Shall we then?
Yeah! Let's do it.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitona tongue. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants.
Maybe I should have waited until daytime to do this.
But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition. My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier.
Sounds fun.
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Well, what have we here? We get a whole lot of people traveling through here on their way to and from the city. Never a dull moment for me or the Roni. Short on Roni? Afraid so. If one'll suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronik have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for Renton's proven bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. But those things look big and strong. Why not have us just both share one? About that, sir. As well traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronik that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife have shown signs of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on a Ronik for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. Nah. But the Ronik, Aaronville! The Ronik! If this is your first time in Shaloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right. Change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Sounds good. Take it you're heading to... Hang on. Kusatawi, then. We'll have a man bring the Ronik over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? So honestly, if I were writing this, I would have had part of the rite of succession be us coming here and solving the problem of what's spooking the animals, aka the events from I would have moved some of the events from 7.1 to here, and maybe had at least some of the Root and Toot and Cowboy stuff happen in 7.1. Maybe tie in with the whole banditry issue, since we know. At least those of us who have done the Pelu Pelu quest would know that some of that is tied to stuff going on here. Won't take long, rest assured. Keep an eye out for a man in Husatawi with 2 Roni. Because, like, world building wise, it doesn't make sense that this place... Like, why do we need a permit to access here? Why is this place locked off from the rest of the of Taral? Why is it that we need special permission to come up here? They never really give us an explanation for that. And then, like, when traveling here, even if it wasn't part of the rite of succession, although I think it lends itself well to it being part of the rite of succession, even if we were doing this in the same order, I would have had Kona come with us. Especially if this is an area full of people who really supported him. Because he's not really in the story in a way that we get to know him enough. And this would have been a great opportunity of, oh yeah, the Vow of Reason wants to, like, check out the trains and investigate some things and just check up on things as part of his duties. Now that he's the Vow of Reason. And so we get to go on a little road trip with the boys. The boys being Aaronville and Kona. Last time I was here, it was little more than a camp with a shop or 3. And then...
Well. It's become a proper town.
And then maybe have you know what, if you know, you know, happened during the Ascension ceremony as an interruption or something.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
He said the shit word!
Let me remind you who the scum is here.
You.
Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the Deputy Chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
It's also a very big word for this guy.
Still kicking up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Also, considering the themes of the expansion, it would have been good for Wuklamont to be exposed to what's going on up here.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni,
Got him.
but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
I'll hurt your feelings. I'll hurt them real good.
Fine. If that's how it's gonna be.
Don't do it. He's not worth it.
If I were you.
Also, maybe he should have been a little more involved in this part of the story.
Is that?
Yeah.
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now. What? Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute, you sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
Fancy meeting you here, Sinian.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Well, we found the door.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Going wherever the wind blows, eh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on.
It also, okay, here's the thing. In the short term, I think it would have been neat if Asinian had been joined us for this part of the story. But I strongly suspect that him only showing up a little bit and not really being super present in Dawntrail is set up for them to basically do with him what they did in Alize, or did with Alize in Heavensward, where he might be planned to show up in 7.5 with a new job and be like finally get a job change, because this character arc has been over for a while, and like honestly he's due for a new one, arguably, And he's the only one of the Scions who hasn't gotten an outfit or job change at this point. So, yeah, that's my theory. And I think that's why we only get like little blips of him to establish, oh yeah, he's like wandering around Tyrol, both sides of it, and exploring and seeing new things. And when we run into him, it's a very quick, hey, how's it going? Okay, I'm gonna go off on my journey now, because he's on his own little self-discovery thing.
Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
You've been gone for 3 years. No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dust Watch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. Dueling? The peoples of Shaloni rarely saw eye to eye. And for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, though, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace to be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zeralja's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. And we have side quests! And a gemstone trader to unlock. Kipeshpi is in need of a traveler with a little time to spare. Can't say I've seen you here before. A traveler passing through, I take it. Before you set off, would you be willing to lend me a hand? It's a simple thing, really. Just a small delivery of nopales and tuna. Take these to Take these to Nikotene at the saloon, and Sanaya by the Ronik stables. When you're finished, come back here, and I'll see if I can't put together a little something for your troubles. Oh! Hayo sees the way you have been eyeing the Roni. Welcome, friend. This here's where we look after the town's Ronak. But I'm guessing you already knew that. I take it you're here, take it your being here means you've taken an interest in these gentle giants. Yeah. We use them for moving wagons, people, just about everything, really. I don't know what we'd do without them. Say, how would you like to feed one of them? No need to be shy. Take this, and try giving it to one of them right here. Or, giving it to the one right here. Poor thing was sick. But they're on the mend, and could do with a little food. Yeah. Despite appearances, they're easily frightened. If they shy away from you, I'd recommend a quick pet and a scratch behind the ear first. Ear? These things have ears? Where? Are the ears in the room with us right now? This guy's all horns. And fluff. Despite the delicious food in your hand, the Ronek shies away from you. Perhaps they'll warm up to you after a quick pet. Okay, pet pet. The Ronek wags its tail as it leans into your hand. It seems to have taken a liking to you. Here you go. A bundle of scrumptious hay for hungry Ronek. The Ronek turns its head. It seems to have no interest in your feed. Aw, buddy. Also, just one moment. I have something very important to take care of. Aha. I'll take that. Something the matter? Won't eat? Well, that's no good. They need to if they're going to get better. When all else fails, the Ronek never turn down a generous helping of corn. I keep a bag in the cart there for just such an occasion. See if they won't take a bite. The Ronek can't resist a handful of fresh corn. Why not try some and see if it doesn't raise their spirits? Okay, here you go, buddy. Poop. A husk of delicious sweet corn that no Ronek can resist. Moo! Moo! The Ronek's eyes light up as it happily munches on the corn. Moo! Moo! Moo moo to you too. I see they've rediscovered their appetite. Good. The Ronek do so much for us. It's only right we keep them healthy and happy. The Hetzaro, in particular, regard the Ronek with great reverence. They call the beasts Hetzo, meaning leader of souls in the Hetzaro tongue. They look to the Ronek for guidance in a great many things, and they even migrate together. Around this time of year, you're like to find them around Lake Tori. If you'd like to learn more about the Ronek, you could do worse than pay them a visit. Welcome, friend. If you're looking to wet your whistle, I've got just the thing. Let's see here. A sack of delicious tuna, freshly cut and ready to serve. And a piece of delicious nopales, freshly cut and ready to serve. Special delivery. Why, this is the nopales and tuna I ordered. I certainly wasn't expecting you to be the one to deliver it. If you've never tried them, I highly recommend it. Removing the needles can be something of a hassle, but nopales can be used for all sorts of cooking. And the tuna can be used for desserts if you peel them, or squeezed to make juice. Thank you for the quick delivery. Unruly patrons have Yamewi at wit's end. Now what am I supposed to do? Say, you strike a rather imposing figure. Can I ask a favor of you? A few of our regulars have gotten a little too deep in their cups, and all their commotion is starting to turn away customers. They refuse to leave, and there's not much more I can do without stirring up trouble. Someone as intimidating as you, on the other hand, could get away with a great deal, and In fact, I'd wager you could douse them with water and they'd sooner go home than lift a finger against you. There's a well not far from here if you'd be willing to try and sober them up. The sight of you sets the wheels of Nico Tene's head to turning. Just making sure I pronounce that word at least kinda right. You're not from around here, are you? Maybe folks won't take note if I sent a stranger instead. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I have a package I need delivered here to the saloon. Nothing unsavory, mind, but I need it kept safe from curious hands and prying eyes. If you'd be willing to help a desperate soul in need, make for the Tuliolol trailhead. A merchant should be there waiting, hopefully somewhere out of sight. Why all the secrecy? I realize this is all rather sudden, but I can't think of any other way to see it delivered. You'll help me, won't you? Maybe? Between you and me, they could all stand to take a bath anyway. A quick drenching with water from the well should bring them to their senses. Okay. Let me take care of whatever's going on down here first. Oh, right, there was still part of that other quest I had to finish, too. But yeah, honestly, I probably would have... gone to Sholani before returning to Kozamauka, maybe? Or... no, I would have done... oh, man. Like, the problem is... I think it's important, or would have been important, that we came here at some point, but... like, the path through the south made so much sense. The only thing I can think of is maybe coming here... oh, you know what I would have done? Uh-oh, because of the storm, the dirigibles are still in the middle of being repaired, so we can't go to Yoptel yet. So we come up here and do stuff up here first, because there's a part of the rite of succession that we need to do up here, and then we go back, and then we go to Yoptel, still finish things up with Mamook. And then maybe come back here for some reason. I don't know. Won't take long, rest assured. Keep an eye out for a man in Husatawi with 2 Ronin. Oh, I'm talking to the wrong NPC. Whoops. Gods, I'm thirsty. Here you go. For me? From the Nopales farmer. His timing is impeccable, as always. Water-laden as they are, Nopales and tuna can be lifesavers when you're traveling about the wilds. Lucky for me, they make great feed for the Ranek as well. My thanks for the delivery, miss. Something you need? Nikatene sent you, did he? All this trouble, and he couldn't be asked to pick it up himself. Well, it's his money, and a rather hefty sum at that. Ordered this beauty all the way from Urkopacha. He'd be understandably cross for anything to happen to that crate, so do be careful. Ah, this is one of those quests. Alright. Let's see here. Over here. Yeah. No? What? Am I supposed to put it behind the building? Oh, I guess so. Okay. You arrive back at the saloon with the package safely in tow. Nico Tene will be glad to hear both you and the crate are in one piece. Okay. Now let me go grab that water. First things first. Well, because the thing is, returning to Kozamaoka is the first dungeon, and I don't want to necessarily mess with that cadence. But yeah, I would have done Thule, Kozamaoka, Urkopacha, because that's the zone split. If they were gonna fix a lift or do anything with a lift between the two areas, it should be fixing the staircase in Urkopacha. But I think that should be saved for later. But I think Kozamaoka, because the thing is, we go to Kozamaoka the second time to gain access to the second half of Urkopacha, remember? It was, oh, we need to cross through the upper part of Kozamaoka to reach the upper part of Urkopacha. Might as well drop by Earthenshire on the way and take care of that trial in the process. So, like, all of that has a really good cadence to it. But then I'd be like, okay, well, we need to... like, I think the way that they have things through the end of Urkopacha is fine. But then I'd be like, okay, we're gonna go to Yaktel. Oh, wait, we can't go to Yaktel. There's something up with the dirigibles. Okay, let's go to Shalani first and do all of Shalani. With there being a trial involving us. We get a trial from... not necessarily the towns here, because that wouldn't have been part of a rewrite. Like, this area is too new for like, the towns are too new for it to be part of the Rite of Succession if we're recreating Galul Jaja's journey. But we get a trial from the Hetaro, and it has to do with the Ronak. And maybe we incorporate some stuff from 7.1 into that, and we let Kona discover his roots and really gain an appreciation for tradition and stuff through that, because his parents didn't actually abandon him. He finds out the truth about that. And then we go to Yaktel and things progress as normal, and then, like... the thing is, a part of me wants to say, okay, and then shit hits the fan in the middle of the Ascension ceremony. But I kind of like the false sense of everything's okay now that we get from the ceremony going without a hitch, Muklamot getting to thank everybody, us coming here thinking, oh, we're part of a journey, so maybe we come back here, and we're trying to fix the train or something, and maybe Kona comes with us, or I don't know, but like, things happen and then we get the final two zones. I think the pacing through the end of Kozamaoka is fine. We would just need a reason for why the journey isn't everything that's in the south first, and then Oh right, I came here to turn it in a quest, didn't I? Hang on. But yeah, because, like, I don't think Shalani as part of the split would work. Because the thing is, how do you split it? It's all flatland. The reason things work with the split in Kozamauka and, honestly, most places where there is a split is that there's usually either a cliff or a ravine or whatever between the two areas that physically splits them. Shalani is based off of Arizona. Everything is flat. I mean, I guess a canyon, but either way, I don't think that would work because of, like, the reason why we go to Upper Kozamauka in the first place. When I give feedback like that, I'm trying to maintain as much of the original story as possible and just give it better flow. These are my red pen notes if I were an editor. And I think that, you know, if you get rid of Urkopacha as part of the split, then you lose some of the justification of going to Earthenshear when you do. They did a really good job of, okay, we're going to Earthenshear because it's on our way to this other place. And we need to get to this other place, so it's part of our point. It's a point B in our journey from point A to point C. It can't always be, oh, we're going to this place, and then we're going out of our way to this place, and then we're going out of our way to this place, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I would maybe, it would mean making MSQ longer, but I would have us go here, and besides the Hetsaro, maybe have there be a local tribe of, I forgot what the Hyur are called, but of the Hyur that aren't the pioneering people, like aren't part of the more modern towns, who also give us a trial maybe, just to like make things feel a little more balanced between Yogg-Taural and Shock-Taural in terms of choosing the Dawn Servant. But I would have gone here between the final bit of Urkopacha and going to Yogg-Taural, and then end Yogg-Taural with the Mamook thing. Because then you have Kona getting in touch with his family, and then followed closely by Wuk Lamat getting in touch, or like kind of meeting her dad, even if they don't ever say that out loud, and then the whole Mamook thing. Because the thing is, too, the reason I would save this for later instead of making this part of the split is because then you have stuff established, especially through Earthenshear, and also the stuff that happens in Urkopacha of it be part of Kona's character arc. And so this becomes more of a payoff, and so you don't want to come here and have that be too early, otherwise it's not gonna have the build-up you need. So if you come here and then you have that build-up, and then you have him come face to face with the culture he was raised in, I think that makes it a little more meaningful. Whereas if you come here too early, it's going to make the pacing feel off, and Kona isn't going to be ready to acknowledge and embrace the importance of tradition as far as the Hetsaro go. You know what I mean? Your empty hands tell me you finished making the deliveries. And what did you think, seeing the relation for a delivery of fresh nopales? Pique your interest? Or maybe even worked up your appetite? You'll rarely find it eaten anywhere outside of the wilds, but someday I hope to share the joys of Nopales cuisine with all of Taural. No, the world. Well, hang on. Is that tribe in Yogg-Taural? Where is that tribe located? I also wouldn't have it be them. I would want it to be a different tribe.
through the role quest, we do sort of find out about other tribes that live out here. So I don't think it necessarily would have had to be the Blue Mage people. Also, they're not located near here, because the whole reason why Blue Mage got the name that it did was because of the landscape of the area where that tribe lives. A far-fetched dream, perhaps, but so long as travelers like yourself happen to be passing through, that's one more person I can reach. The next time your stomach growls with hunger, I hope you'll consider answering it with fresh nopales. Also, we'll be in for a treat when these cacti are ready for picking. One of the things that I think 14 needs to do for it to be a good expansion with MSQ, and this was a huge failure on Endwalker's part, is that yeah, it's really cool when they have stuff that sort of is a nod to the fact that you've done content outside of MSQ, the side content, you know, extra dialogue, stuff like that. But I think it should still be done in a way where it's meaningful even for people who haven't done side content. And so if you did the Blue Mage quest, or Blue Mage tribes, that would mean fuck all to anybody who hasn't unlocked Blue Mage. Hey, do you know what time it is? I suppose it doesn't matter. How about a nice bath? Cold, refreshing water taken from the town well. And like, that's one of the things with Endwalker, is I do wonder if the Omicron section of Ultima Thule meant absolutely anything or had any kind of real impact for people who didn't do the Omega raids, or if that just ended up being like fan service they had no connection to. What was that for? Damn it, now I need to go and get changed. So I'm not really convinced that having the Omicron be an MSQ was the best idea. Possibly. We'll see. They haven't announced anything for Blue Mage this expansion yet. I'm assuming they're gonna announce... Oh, you know what? I just remembered. We're supposed to get... They announced the next live letter is gonna be in March. Which it is now. Today's the first day of March. Happy March, everybody. But let's see here. Next live letter is March 13th. So I'm assuming they're gonna be mentioning Beastmaster. I don't know, like, since they didn't do Blue Mage this patch, the question is, would they raise the level cap for Blue Mage in the same patch that they release Beastmaster? But that may also depend on if they plan on making special content that is just like general limited job content, because they do, like, it depends on if they want everybody playing Beastmaster or if they want to split it. Or, like, split people's attention. They normally try to space out content release so people don't feel overwhelmed by everything and feel the need to do everything at once. So I don't know how they plan on doing that. We are also about to go into, like, my guess, I'm calling it now. We're probably going to get a live letter during FanFest. And in Yoshi P's message to the community for New Year's, he mentioned that 7.4 would be shortly, or not 7.4, we're in 7.4. 7.5 would be dropping shortly after FanFest. Usually there are 11 days between a live letter, like the second live letter, and a patch dropping. Which means if there is a live letter on what would probably end up being that Saturday, because the keynote is the day before, that would mean live letter on the 25th, which means patch potentially on May 5th. Now, let me just double check something. Golden Week 2026. When is Golden Week this year? Golden Week this year, the dates are Oh, never mind. There's no way they're doing a patch on the 5th. People don't work in Japan during Golden Week, so it will probably be the following week. It'll probably be the 12th. Because, yeah, the whole reason it's called Golden Week, for anybody who doesn't know what Golden Week is, there was a period during the festival calendar in Japan where, for example, this year, April 29th is Showa Day. May 3rd is Constitution Memorial Day. May 4th is Greenery Day. May 5th is Children's Day. May 6th is Constitution Memorial Day holiday. So it's basically, they have so many things going on all at once. It'd basically be like if in the US, Memorial Day, Labor Day, the 4th of July, and President's Day were all like back to back. So a lot of places aren't open. Everybody goes on vacation. Honestly, if I were the 14 dev team that left the country for NA FanFest, I would just not return to Japan until after Golden Week, because transportation is going to be hell, because everybody who lives in the city wants to leave the city. Anyway, let me finish the side quest before ads start. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't pay you to talk. Now go and get my drink. You don't pay me at all. Bugger me with a Ronex horn. That's cold. What are you trying to do? Drown me? Bah! Too tired for this. I'm going home. It's done then. Good. You can't tell anyone, but that package is a bottle of premium Pelu Pelu mezcal. You can find mezcal aplenty in Chaparral, and I personally never thought much of the stuff until the Pelu Pelu changed things, that is. Story goes that a Pelu Pelu merchant visited one of their distilleries and complained about the poor quality of their wares. Gutted by the insult, the owner was fit to throw them out. Then they tried the merchant's mezcal. It wasn't long before the Pelu Pelu way of distilling was adopted and refined, and for me it was love at first sip. If anyone were to see me here with a bottle, it'd be empty before I could pour myself a glass. But thanks to you, I'll be relaxing this evening with my favorite drink. Here, a little something for your trouble. Why not just have full-on trade with the Pelu Pelu? Oh, there's one more upstairs. Okay. Come on, don't be shy. Just follow the rhythm and let your hips do the rest. Hey, what are you? I was just getting warmed up. And oopsies, ads. Okay, I think I might go grab myself a snack. I'm a bit hungry. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and I got a snack. Like a food snack, not one of you guys. Anyway. Hey, what are you... And I was just getting warmed up. Yeah, that was the point. Oh, gods, what time is it? The boss will kill me if I'm late again. Here we go. I saw the whole thing. Thank you so much. They can get carried away sometimes after a few drinks. But they're good folk. Miners and railroad workers, a lot of them. As are most of the people who pass through here. After a long, grueling day, they'll often stop by and unwind for a good spell. It's only when they get a little too comfortable that it starts to become a problem. A problem for another day, thanks to you. I know it's not much, but I'd like you to have this. After all your help, it's the least I can offer. Alright. That was all the side quests, right? Yes. Alright. Also, hang on. Let me do something real quick. Not dither about for long. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with the Ronek by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. Nope. Let me also make sure. Yeah, the next one is far away. All right. Now that I think on it, this is the first time I've traveled with only a single companion. It makes for fewer complications. I'm trying to decide how far I want to get into MSQ before we wrap up. I guess we can go a little bit further. The friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies taking targeted merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronek. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Sheshinazi Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dustwatch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them up, all up's easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. This is your first time riding, yes? Even so, I can't imagine it will prove difficult for you. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving your directions. Yeah! I'm glad I'm wearing shorts, but yeah! This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turned to Nepali tenders. Not just for the water in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and something. Nutritious and delicious, of course. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but oop. Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within make for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wandered too close. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that is a discussion for another time. We're here. A good thing for these Ronak. See, that's a good reference to the Blue Mages. And maybe they could have used the whole ceruleum thing to have some Wallaki here. It would be nice to meet some of the other tribes besides them. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Roni. Or Ronak. Now then. This is Sheshinauzi Springs, perhaps the biggest or busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Husatawi was surprising enough, but this is no great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Thrall. I can but assume she came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. I just realized I went through that entire section without attuning to the Aetheryte. I'm stupid. And I'll get a chance to go back there eventually. Oh, there she is. Yes, I'm Ayate, and who might you be? She is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! Ellen Aaronville, yes. Man, he really does not like his birth name. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since last we spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Aaronville, you probably are still considered baby, even at 25, in the grand scheme of things for your race. Well, this is Iate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Pleasure's all mine. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown, Ellen Eshbia. Ellen, what now? All right. I was born Ellen Eshbia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Is that why you have an accent that doesn't match your mother? Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stomping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Kafkiwa again. She's the finest archer I know. Eleneshpia's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she'd treat us to a veritable feast prepared from fresh game she hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Yate. Even among the Shatona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kafkiwa, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Galul Jaja's traveling companions, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tural lit a fire in her. Even after Eleneshpia was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Iate, please. Doesn't feel good, does it, Aaronville? What? We're all friends here, aren't we? Is she where he gets it from? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? We found it. As part of the rite of succession, I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing! Oh, she'll be thrilled! And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kafkiwa. Help! I need help! What's that about? We'll investigate. Please, wait here. Oh! That being said, it is a cliffhanger. And it's like almost 11:30 at night for me. I think this might be maybe a good place to wrap up for the night. Because yeah, I know we started late, but I also don't want to be up too late streaming. So yeah, let's wrap up here on this cliffhanger. Someone needs our help. Who could it be? What happened? Who's behind it? Find out on Tuesday, starting at 7:30 Central, as we continue with Final Fantasy XIV. I will also be back on Wednesday. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays starting at 7:30 and Sundays starting at 4:30. So yeah, thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube, where I have some new shorts coming out. I've got a bunch of good stuff scheduled for this week. And be sure to check out my shorts series, How Comfy Is That Floor, where I rate how comfy the floors are in various dungeons and trials and raids and stuff in Final Fantasy XIV. it's been a lot of fun. People seem to really enjoy it. So yeah. And poll will be going up in the Discord to vote on what I'm gonna have to do if we hit 100 subs in March. Sadly, we did not meet sub goal for February, but March mayhaps. So yeah, be sure to join the Discord so that you can vote on that. Be sure to sub on Twitch so that you can contribute to making me play the stuff the community votes on. And yeah. Oh, right. Let's find somebody on Twitch for us to raid. Who's streaming right now? Unless somebody has a recommendation. Who's streaming? Preferably Final Fantasy XIV. Okay. Whoop. Let's go to the Final Fantasy XIV category and see if we can find a Sprout. Okay. Man, the snack that I got smells so good. I'm so ready to eat it. Scoping out some people. Let's see here. And of course, things are being slow to load as I just... Okay. All right, let's go raid the optional path. They are working their way through MSQ somewhere. Your stream title says they beat Shadowbringers, question mark. I don't know if they mean base Shadowbringers or, all of Shadowbringers, but either way, whoops, that's not the thing I wanted to pick. Okay, here we go. Either way, we are gonna raid the optional path. And until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!